You all are surviving off of energy drinks because I am, but we're here, and that's what matters. So first, I just wanted to go over some things that you can expect from this event. The first thing is I really want you all to take in this opportunity. I want you all to think about the youth in your communities, the youth in areas that you work. You have the opportunity to come here and represent not only your story and your struggles, but the struggles of those in your community, and to uplift their stories and tell them to people who are going to make a difference. Also, you all are going to have the opportunity to be able to talk and share about your stories, experiences, and struggles, and so it's important that you respect those around you, because I think, as we all know, that's the beauty of this country, is that we're so diverse. This country, we can't be put into a box, and so it's important that we not only represent that, but respect that here today. Next, please make sure to silence your phones so that you can just pay attention and take full advantage of this opportunity. So, can I please have everyone stand for the presentation of the colors, and please remain standing for the national anthem. All right, so now I'm going to present one of our guests, Dr. B.J. Douglas, who will be singing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs are bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave over the land of the free? Ooh, and the home of the brave, the brave.
All right, my friends, you may be seated. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you, Dr. BJ Douglas. I have chills. Even if I really tried, I could not sing like that. So that was absolutely amazing. So now I would like to introduce one of the pioneers who helped put the event together. The director of the Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships, Mr. Andres Torres.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to your Department of Commerce, America's youth in the house. Big round of applause. So I want to go over a quick amount of housekeeping items. Today you'll hear from our amazing keynote speakers, a phenomenal group of youth that are going to be part of the panel on issues that you care deeply about. And then you're going to have breakout sessions on amazing resources for you. And finally, an opportunity to connect face-to-face with our bureau leaders and interagency partners. Super amazing. And then I want to just make sure that you know that room 1410 is available to you, our prayer room, if you need time to meditate and pray. And I also want to let you know that you're going to have our amazing interns over here. Big round of applause for them. They're the reason why this event happened, and they're going to be your guides, right, in every step of the way. So you have your agenda in hand, and they will be guiding you throughout the mini fair to the cafeteria for lunchtime and back to the auditorium when we do closing remarks at the end. So this is just an amazing opportunity to also thank our amazing ASL interpreter and from the Office of Civil Rights here at the Department of Commerce, Cisco. Big round of applause. I want to thank these two men that have just been an incredible presence in my life these past 6 months. They're from the Armed Services, Lieutenant Commander Ling and Master Sergeant Arnott. And then our commerce partners and national partners as well. Here's a quick intro video.
Welcome to the National Youth Summit, brought to you by the Department of Commerce's Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships.
Hello everyone, my name is Andy Boliat. I'm 25 years old from Venezuela and I'm a Valencia College honors student pursuing a career in international relations. I'm looking forward to participate in the Youth Summit of the Department of Commerce because it's a great opportunity to learn and gain experience to create a positive impact in the society.
Hello, my name is Atlas Hopkins. I'm currently a student at Arizona State University, but today I'm here on behalf of SEED Philanthropy. SEED stands for Students Engaged in Ethical Donations. We are Arizona's, if not the world's first all-Black youth philanthropy group. I'm the founder, founded by me in 2020. And with that being said, we are a group of high school and college students from ages 16 to 21 who participate in frequent community outreach and community service, where our main thing is philanthropic grant giving. So we fundraise money, and the money that we fundraise, we give out grants to other nonprofits who support the youth throughout the Arizona Valley to help them pursue their organizational endeavors.
Hi everyone, my name is Carla Rivera. I'm with Alianza. I'm the Legislative and Policy Manager. And one of my passions is not only to protect my community, but also find scholarships to pay for your college, university, and certificates. I'm debt-free and I want to teach that to others. And I'm very excited to be here at this summit, and I look forward to working with all of you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Kennedy Slaughter. I'm an innovator, influencer, and international trendsetter. I often ask myself, without communication, who are we? Thus, I seek opportunities within my community to further explore my question. This fall will mark my third year with the Department of Employment Services School Year Internship Program, where I work at RSN Sports Network Company as a community outreach and marketing intern. I am excited for today's Youth Summit because I cannot wait to connect and compare ideas with other youth.
Hi, my name is Simran Tucker, and I am a sophomore at American University studying political science and public relations. I interned with the Office of Public Engagement at the Department of Commerce during spring 2023. And my advice for students looking for their first internships or their first jobs is to not be afraid to apply to positions with businesses, organizations that they're not really interested in working with long term. You're gonna learn something at every experience that you have, and you'll be able to take that experience and everything that you learn to your future endeavors and your future positions.
My name is Dallas Wise, and I'm the owner of Dallas Attendees. I started my business when I was 9 years old, and now I'm 12. So I was inspired by my brother, my sister, and my mom, because they sold all their products that they had. And I wanted to sell my own products. So I baked cookies and I sold them at a local farmers market. And that's where it all started.
Good evening.
And that's just a snapshot, guys. You can follow these videos and all of the resources we're sharing today at commerce.gov/life. And this event will be recorded so you can help us amplify it nationwide to all of your partners and networks. At this time, I would like to call up our VIP speakers. Jade, if we can make them come this way. A big round of applause for our cabinet level secretaries and VIPs. And we're going to start with a note from our Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, and our Deputy Secretary, Don Graves, followed by our very own Undersecretary, Don Cravens.
Welcome to the Commerce Department's first ever Youth Summit. Here at Commerce, we're focused on building the long-term competitiveness of the U.S. so that everyone has the opportunity to succeed. But if we don't support and uplift our young people, we're never going to meet our goal. And that's why we're so glad to have you here for this gathering. It's also why we're working so hard to ensure that everyone can participate in the next generation of innovation-led economic growth. Thanks to President Biden, we're making investments that are going to power America in the 21st century global economy and unlock new pathways to good careers, from bringing high-speed internet to every corner of the country to investing in critical technologies of the future. As we make these investments, we want to make sure that you have the tools and support you need to succeed. Our country's success depends on it. This is a whole-of-government effort, and I'm so proud of the new partnerships we're building across the administration to support youth workforce development. We're also thankful to those who helped make this summit a reality. I hope you'll take full advantage of today and check out the exhibits and demonstrations that our partner agencies and here at the Commerce Department have set up for you. And I hope you'll continue to engage with us. We're counting on your talent, your energy, your ambition, and your ideas to build a brighter and more prosperous future for America and the world. Have a great time, and thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Raimondo. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 2023 National Youth Summit. We are so pleased to have you here at the Department of Commerce. Today's summit brings together the next generation of American innovators for an interactive, empowering day of learning, connecting, and celebrating. With this summit, we're excited to share the mission and vision of our department with you. You'll hear directly from our bureaus about their work, including programs like funding, grants, training opportunities, access to data and innovation, and technical assistance that may be available to you. We also look forward to giving you a seat at the table. As tomorrow's leaders, we want to hear from you. So today you'll be able to meet face-to-face with program leaders from across the federal government to begin important discussions about the issues that are important to you, because ultimately, this day is about you. A large part of our mission here at the Commerce Department is leveraging our efforts to better serve young people like you, community by community, to ensure that you have everything you need to be successful. And as we continue to drive this work, we're going to need your help. Our success depends on your creativity, innovative spirit, and willingness to engage with members of our department and our fellow government agencies to be our partners in the weeks, months, and years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary Graves. Please allow me to introduce you the first Undersecretary for the Minority Business Development Agency, Undersecretary Don Cravens.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. It is so good to have all of you here at your Department of Commerce. It's just, every time I see my young faces and the smiles and the bright eyes, it cheers me up. Welcome to the Department of Commerce. Welcome to our first ever Youth Summit. Here at Commerce, we really are focused on building a future for all of you, a present for all of you, one that we look at the long term of your growth, but also the long term of our great nation, the United States of America. Our competitiveness, what makes us a stronger nation, we are all going to be depending on you to help us be that strong nation. I think we're in luck, though, because I've gotten a chance to visit with some of you, and I feel very strong that this generation of entrepreneurs, business owners, founders, innovators, how many innovators in here? Who has some great ideas? Okay, good. And creators, you all seem to be ready to meet the moment where we are in our history. You are here today not only because we believe in you, you're here today because you also believe in yourselves. And it is very important to believe in yourselves. And that hard work, that dedication that you've all been working so hard to achieve, I promise you it's going to pay off because we need you to get it done. We're counting on all of you to help us deliver the next decade of change-making, transformative change that our country needs. Now, I want you to believe in yourselves to succeed, and I'm a man of faith, and I just want to give you one piece of scripture today, if you'll allow me. I believe, I usually read Jeremiah 29:11, and it says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." And I want you to really believe that, whether you are a person of strong faith or just somebody who chooses to believe in just in yourself. I just want you to understand that we all here on this stage, we really do believe in your plan, your future. We have plans for you. You should have plans for yourself. Don't let anybody derail your plans. And more importantly, don't derail your own plans. So we have a wonderful, wonderful summit in store for you. There's some great men and women who are standing up here today, and I don't want to keep them standing too much longer, but I just wanted to welcome you to the Department of Commerce. Have fun, meet some new people, and come away with ideas on how you can be stronger, better, more creative. Thank you all very much, and God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you, Undersecretary Cravens. In the interest of time, he has to go for a vote. Congressman Maxwell Frost, please come to the podium.
How's everybody feeling? Well, it's an honor to be here with you today. I'm Congressman Maxwell Alejandro Frost, proudly representing Florida's 10th Congressional District, Orlando, Florida, here in the United States Congress. Florida!
Stand up!
And, you know, I announced my candidacy for Congress at the age of 24. I was elected at 25, and now I'm 26, youngest member of the United States Congress. And I gotta tell you, it's wonderful to look out in this crowd and see so many young people from diverse backgrounds here to better themselves, focus on entrepreneurship, innovation, and leadership. And I can tell you that oftentimes I get asked about young people. I'm not sure why. I'm always getting asked about young people. And the truth is that the way that we foster young folks for the future is through events like this, right? We understand, oftentimes when young people are in the room, people only want to talk about the future. When I was 24 and I decided to run for Congress, I wanted to talk about the present. Because what we realize is that our future, collective shared struggle as a people is so tied to the decisions we make today. You know, for me, I've realized that, you know, we have this very toxic grind culture here in the United States that oftentimes put unnecessary burden and pressure on young people. I was a part of that, especially in high school. I had a 2-year plan, a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, a 15-year plan, a 20-year plan, and none of it happened. And my life changed the day I decided to make my plans not about who I wanted to be, but what I wanted to do. The difference between a selfish goal and a selfless goal. My goal now is easy. I want to help people through music and politics. That's it. As long as I wake up every morning making decisions in service of that, I can be proud of myself. And it's the day that I gave myself that goal and gave myself that grace to go where I want to go in the future. I don't know where 10 years from now Max will be, but I'm sure it'll be in line with that goal. And so I just want to let y'all know, give yourself the grace that you deserve to float throughout this life, because it's different now to work. The economy is different now. Our generation is on track to own the least amount of assets out of any other generation. And it's up to us and everybody to fix that for generations to come. And I believe we will. I'm very optimistic. Young people now are voting more than ever before in our country's history. We're voting, we're creating, we're loving, and I love y'all. So continue to do it. Invest in yourselves. Thank you for being here, and God bless. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Congressman Frost, first Zillennial member of Congress. And now with us, the Executive Director of the White House Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships and Special Assistant to the President, Melissa Rogers.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Andres, and thank you, Secretary Raimondo, Deputy Secretary Graves, and Undersecretary Craven. We are really grateful for your leadership and support of this incredible effort. And welcome to all of you. We are so excited that you're here today. You bring a lot of life and excitement to this building, and so thank you for that and all that you'll do as a part of the day. It's my honor to bring you greetings from our President, Joe Biden. President Biden is committed to ensuring that our nation's youth have opportunities to thrive, including through connections to jobs, internships, apprenticeships, and other resources and opportunities, and he sends his warm welcome to each of you. You are here today, as the Congressman said, because you are a recognized leader, and you are someone who cares about your community and your country, especially at such an important time in our nation's history. We want to thank you for stepping up and seeing that there's an opportunity to serve and taking that opportunity. We know that helping everyone in our nation to thrive is not a job that the government alone can do. We have to do that work together. And that's why we're here today, to figure out how we can do that job better, to serve you better and to serve other people in our country better. And that's one of the reasons why President Biden reestablished the White House Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships, and also agency centers for faith-based and neighborhood partnerships across the federal government. And many of them are here today, and of course, we're ably led by the center here at Commerce. Thank you again, Andres, for that. So we want to thank Andres and the Commerce Center for making this summit possible, as well as for connecting us with all of you, because we really do believe that by working together, we will be able to change lives for the better. And that's what we're going to talk about today, and that's very exciting. President Biden often says that America can be defined by a single word: possibilities. At this gathering today, there are so many possibilities. We are together to dream and to figure out new ways to partner and make people's lives better. So thank you for being with us at this exciting time. Thank you for everybody who's gathered here to support this effort. Thank you for the leadership and service that you will provide, not only today, but for many years into the future. And Godspeed, everyone.
Thank you so much, Melissa. The mayor has a hard stop. Mayor Bowser, can you please come to the podium?
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C., and I am so happy to see all of you in Washington, D.C., and I'm especially happy to see you right here at the Department of Commerce. My office is just across the street, so I get to look at this building every single day. And I know the important work that happens here, how our federal officials are very focused on how we grow talent in our country, how we're competitive around the world, how we attract tourists and visitors and investment in our nation. but also focused on how we inspire the spirit of entrepreneurship in our young people. And I'm just delighted by that. And just like the congressman said, there are so many of the solutions to our nation's challenges and solutions for our future challenges right here in this room. So we want you to continue to think big, to think about how you are going to be a part of finding those solutions, be it in government or science or in corporate America. We are relying on you to help us think through those problems and challenges. We are very committed to that endeavor in our own schools. You're going to hear from the Chancellor of DC Public Schools, Dr. Louis Farabee, in just a few moments. And part of his focus is how do we use our public education system to make sure that we are graduating critical thinkers and people who are going to be prepared for the challenges of whatever is next for them, be it higher education or the world of work. And our partnership with the Department of Commerce is so critical to that. When I got Secretary Raimondo's invitation, I knew I had to be here because her commitment to moving our nation forward is unparalleled. So enjoy the summit. Come back to Washington, D.C. often. You love it, right? All right, so come back often, see your capital city, enjoy the free museums and monuments and our great, great neighborhoods. Have a great one, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Bowser. Now I have the pleasure of introducing to you guys the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Education, Ms. Cindy Martin.
Thank you so much. It's great to be with everybody. Thank you, Undersecretary Cravens and the whole Department of Commerce and the Center for Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships for giving me this great invitation to be with all of you, because you're who I work for. We work for the students in our country to make sure you have what you need when you need it in the way that you need it, and it's great that you're hosting this event here at Commerce. As you heard, I'm Cindy Martin. I'm the U.S. Deputy Secretary of Education, and it really is an honor to be with you, along with so many other members of the Biden-Harris administration. You heard President Biden sent warm greetings to you. At the department where I work, Department of Education, the Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona, and I were centered on something. We center ourselves on equity, excellence, and the intersection of education, workforce development, and economic development, all of those, how they work together. And we do that work to build systems of excellence, not pockets of excellence in some places for some kids some days, but systems of excellence that will provide all kinds of multiple pathways to success for our young people. And we do this in the spirit of being a service agency at the Department of Education. We want you to be able to shape and pursue your hopes, dreams, passions, skills, interests, and abilities, your vision for your future. And we want you to create your own pathways using a great education to build on that success and to achieve all of your goals, your hopes, and your dreams. That's why I loved when I got this invitation. It was aligned with everything we believe in at the Department of Education. This National Youth Summit is aligned to what we believe will make a strong country. Your focus today, your ability to focus on entrepreneurship, use data, use innovation, your leadership, and your invention, those are the key strategies that we need. That's what helps lead us, a great nation, and leads us into the future by starting with, as the Congressman said, today. The future is now. So it's a powerful event in which we have to be able to harness the energy, the potential, and the aspirations of each one of you for our country's full potential. The youth shine so brilliantly to make that happen. The fact that you are the driving force for our nation's future is why we're all here today. And with President Biden's once-in-a-generation transformational investment in our workforce, things like the bipartisan infrastructure law, transformational investment, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the climate provisions that are embedded in the Inflation Reduction Act, all of those investments says we need you. Our nation needs you more than ever to lead the way to new and growing in-demand fields that are coming forward. As our Secretary of Education always says, we are educating the workforce today for the tsunami of jobs that is coming. We believe that this, right now, is our moment. And that's why it's our responsibility to reimagine, and not just reimagine, redesign our entire education system so that we can better prepare every single one of you to get what you need, when you need it, in the way that you need it, and where you need it. That's why at the Department of Education, we've launched our new initiative called Raising the Bar, Unlocking Career Success, that's going to drive the transformation in our schools, that's going to help us blur the lines between preschool through 12th grade, higher education, and the world of work, so there aren't silos anymore. It includes having things like great registered apprenticeships and the incredible array of very powerful opportunities that our community and technical colleges can provide to all of you. Through this initiative of unlocking your career success, we want all young people to be able to leave their high schools with the 4 keys that we know will unlock the career success and help them drive their futures. 1, we want them to be able to earn college credit while they're in high school. We want students to experience the workplace through work-based learning while they're still in high school. We want them to earn an industry-needed credential that could help them get a very good job. And 4th, we know we need great career advising and navigation that helps our young people shape and plan their future and their career ambitions so they can see what's coming next for them. We know that investing in America means something really important. It means investing in you. That's what investing in America means. You are our future leaders right here. Work hard, be kind, dream big, never make excuses, and believe in the power of education as the driver for economic and social mobility. That's the way that together we can forge a future that is brighter and more equitable, more inclusive, and more just than we can ever imagine. Thank you so much, and keep dreaming big.
Thank you so much, Deputy Secretary Martin. Now I have the pleasure of introducing you a beloved public servant and a fellow Floridian, Senator Nelson, our administrator for NASA.
Thank you. Come on, Alvin. I want you all to meet Colonel Alvin Drew, one of our astronauts. The two of us have had the privilege of flying in space, and when you look out the window of a spacecraft, it's a different perspective, because as you orbit the Earth every 90 minutes, about an hour of that in daylight and about a half hour of that in the Earth's shadow or nighttime, you see a planet that is so beautiful, suspended in the middle of nothing, and space is nothing. And here is our home, and it looks so fragile. And it makes those of us who've had that privilege want to be better stewards. I wanted you to meet Colonel Alvin Drew because he's the real deal. He's an Air Force Academy graduate. He's flown 25 different kinds of aircraft. He has been a space shuttle mission specialist and has been in space countless hours. This is what you can do if you put your mind to it. Now, the fact is that we have internships that are not, and they're paid internships, They are not only full-time internships, but we actually have online internships. And so Alvin and I wanted to come here and tell you that we're looking for the best, and we're looking for those that are really motivated, because next year we're going back to the moon. I'll get you to say something in just a second. It's been a half a century since we were on the moon, and this time we're going back for a different reason. We're going back to live there, to learn, to create, to invent, in order for us to go to Mars and beyond. And this is the excitement. 50 years ago, it was the Apollo program, and that was the Apollo generation. Now it is the Artemis program, to venture out into the unknown, into the cosmos. And as President Kennedy used to describe it when he said, "We go to the moon not because it's easy, but because it's hard." And he was a sailor, and he often talked in nautical terms. He said, our astronauts, star sailors, will sail on a cosmic sea and explore far-off cosmic shores. Alvin, say a word, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Nelson. Yesterday, our NASA administrator, Senator Nelson, shared with us his vision for NASA's future and its workforce in the year 2040. 2040. That sounds like something out of science fiction. It's so far off to me. He wasn't talking about me as part of that workforce. I'll be one of the pensioners during that time period. He's talking about those who are going to inherit that workforce from us by the year 2040. Think about where you're going to be in the year 2040. What will you be doing? How did you get there? I can promise you that each one of you at some point is going to look around in a room between now and 17 years from now and figured out that folks like Senator Nelson and myself are off on golf courses and enjoying our retirement and have left you in charge. And you're going to ask yourself, how in the world did I wind up in charge? Who thought of that? And am I prepared? The short answer to that question is you all will be prepared for sure, because your journey towards that preparation has started already and you are well on your way. This is the next step for you.
Amen. Okay, I'll go down.
Thank you so much, Senator Nelson and Colonel Drew. Now I have the pleasure of introducing you to Ms. Anna Hagee, who's going to give salutations from our Acting Secretary of Labor, Ms. Julie Sue.
Good morning. My two little boys are going to be so excited that I got to meet not one but two real live astronauts today, so I'm going to be excited to tell them all about that. My name is Anna Hagee. I work for the Department of Labor and the Employment and Training Administration. Thank you so much to the Department of Commerce and our colleagues here, and of course to all of you for being here. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge that we have some Job Corps students and some apprentices in the audience today, so if you just want to give a quick shout out to you guys, if you want to just wave your hand, say hello. Thank you. So, the Department of Commerce joined the Department of Labor back in March of 2023 when we announced our Youth Employment Work Strategy. It was actually at our summit that we held during that time that Deputy Assistant Secretary Graves shared the intent to have this summit. So I think what you're going to see today is a commitment at all levels of government to ensure that young people are supported and to ensure the commitments of the Youth Employment Work Strategy as well as many others across government. Like Commerce, we're committed to creating policy programs and strategies to support all of you. At DOL, we're working to make sure every young person encounters no wrong door to their journey to get a good job. We're working to make sure that you get a paid work experience. I think Senator Nelson mentioned it's a paid experience and a paid internship. That's important, and that it's going to be available to all people. We're working to empower all workers, including young people, to know your rights and to know what opportunities are in front of you. And at the Career Fair today, you're going to learn more, not just about USDOL programs, but federal programs across the board, some of which include Youth Build, some of which include Job Corps, some of the local youth programs, and then, of course, apprenticeships. And you have great representatives here today to talk to you about that. You're also going to hear more about resources to explore career pathways, understand your rights as a worker, and explore jobs and internships in USDOL and beyond at the federal government. So no matter where you are in the country, there are workforce development resources and opportunities to support you. And of course, more importantly, we're here to learn from all of you. We want to hear from you what's working. What do you hope to see for your futures? And how can we continue to create a workforce system that works for all of you? So with that, thank you so much. I look forward to seeing all of you the rest of today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hagee. And now I have the pleasure of introducing you our very dear Chancellor for DC Public Schools, Mr. Louis Farabee.
Good morning. It is an honor to be with you today. Thank you to all of our speakers for empowering our young people. We have an amazing slate of leaders in our country and our city that are before you today. As shared earlier, I have the pleasure to partner with and grateful to partner with our Mayor Bowser. We have the tremendous responsibility to work together to ensure that you have what you need. And as said earlier, it can't be said enough, young people in the room, we are truly here today for you. In fact, we show up every day to ensure that you get what you need. Specifically in DC Public Schools, we're really proud of our edge, and that is innovation. Innovation in education and also career readiness. When we think about that, I'm really proud of the work that's happening in our high schools to ensure that we are disrupting the status quo, that we have community-driven learning models that are supported by amazing teams in your high school. And in fact, I am told we have some of those high schools represented here today. We have our high schools that are entrenched in our partnerships with XQ and our redesign efforts. So if you are one of our entrepreneurs from Cardozo Education Campus, be recognized. We have some of our leaders from Columbia Heights Education Campus with us as well. And then we have our innovators from Ballou High School in the room as well. In addition to this work, we're really proud, Deputy Secretary, you appreciate this, Deputy Secretary Martin. We have over 30 industry-recognized certifications that students can earn in 25 distinct career pathways. And we're really proud last year we have over 35% of our high school students that are taking our career and technical education courses. And what we share with our students that our career and technical education offerings are a both-and scenario. We want to ensure for those students that want to go directly into the workforce, they can, and those students that want to go to a higher ed institution to continue to build their career, we also want them to do that as well. Within these options, we have access to apprenticeships. We also have access to internships as well, but we want to, again, build those critical thinking skills, give you the opportunity to build your network. And I just can't say enough about how impressed I am with the scholars in Washington, D.C. You continue to amaze me, and I can't wait to see the great things that you accomplish. But please know, as has been shared today, we are here to ensure that you get what you need. So it is my hope in the conversation today in this leadership summit that you exchange ideas, you think about your own career pathway. And I love what was shared earlier, thinking about 2040, but also not thinking about what you'll do, but how you will serve. That is the challenge for you today. And again, thank you to all our leaders in this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Farabee. Now I have the honor of introducing Dr. Nicole Cooper, Executive Vice President at United Way Worldwide.
Good morning.
Thank you to the Department of Commerce leaders for having me here today. I'm Dr. Nicole Cooper. I have the great pleasure of being the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer and Executive Vice President of United Way Worldwide. I'm so excited to be joining you all today. So our organization, United Way, brings together strong communities to build equitable communities where everyone can thrive. Through United Way, communities tackle tough challenges and work with private, public, and nonprofit partners to strengthen outcomes in our core areas of health, education, economic mobility, and community resilience. As one of the world's largest nonprofits, we have over 1,000 local affiliates, local United Ways operating in communities across the United States, making life better for about 48 million people each day. And our work with young people is extensive. We support college and career success and readiness. We provide summer learning mentorship opportunities. We partner with schools on literacy and learning initiatives, and we engage with families and parents. We are excited to co-host today's summit, and we are so excited to continue engaging with you all in the future, and I'm so inspired by you. As we think about our work, we know that we have a responsibility to leave a better world behind for those who come after us. And we want to invite you all to work with us now because we know that this is urgent work. With that in mind, I want to share 3 quick pieces of advice from our President and CEO, Angela Williams, who sends her greetings. First, please keep an eye on the future, and I know you all are doing that. If we want a future in which everyone has dignity and respect, that's what we have to fight for right now. Second, I recommend that you all continue to foster collaboration in all that you do. As our President and CEO, Angela, likes to say, no one can whistle a symphony. We need to work together and not ever work alone. We must look for and utilize support from across the spectrum. Third, societal transformation requires a culture shift. An equal society isn't built overnight. We need to take the time to incorporate equity into our daily practices and our conversations, not just today, but every day. We are laying the foundation for future generations, like the generations represented here today, to inherit a better, more equitable world. And I want to close with a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt, who I so deeply admire. She once said, "Where, after all, do universal human rights begin? Do they begin in small places close to home, so close and so small that they cannot be seen on any maps in the world? Yet, they are the world for the individual person. Such are the places where every man, every woman, and every child seeks equal justice, equal opportunity, and equal dignity without discrimination. Unless these rights have meaning there, they have little meaning anywhere. Without concerned citizen action to uphold them close to home, we shall look in vain for progress in the larger world." I hope this is a challenge embraced by each of you, and I want to thank you all for being here today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cooper. President of Business Forward, Jim.
Thank you. As a representative of the private sector, I'd like to just give you some advice as you're starting your careers here. In Washington, we have a phrase, he gets it, she gets it. That Carlos, he gets it. When we say that, that's high praise. And what that means is Carlos works hard and has good judgment. Now, you wouldn't be here today if you didn't understand the working hard part. The judgment part's a little bit tougher, and it's really simple. People demonstrate good judgment by asking a lot of questions, because when you start your career, people like me are going to give you assignments, and we're busy, and we're distracted. You're going to walk back to your desk, and you're going to look down, and it's not going to make any sense. And that's my fault, not yours. So if you want to be successful here in your first job in Washington, please always go back, ask questions. Second thing about people who get it is they take every opportunity to absorb as much as they can about the enterprise that they've just joined. And this is really important for you who might be coming to Washington because you care about affordable health care, or you care about climate change, or you want to do something on criminal justice reform. So often I see young people who come to this town and they get stuck because they just can't decide which issue matters most to them. And frankly, you're just too young to know. The best thing you can do with your job is to figure out what aspects of the job you like most and what other people are doing that you'd like to do. You might want to write speeches. You may want to put on events like this. You may want to do digital ads. You may want to do polling. There are all sorts of ways to have an impact in this town, and your first job is a chance for you to find out what those are. The last bit of advice for all of you is be patient. First jobs in this town aren't the greatest. They're boring a lot. And sometimes you're asked to do something that you may not understand is why it's important, but the fact is it is. The really great thing about Washington and jobs here is if you show that you get it, that you've got judgment and that you're going to work hard, the quality of work that you get to do rises really quickly. And you can have a great career here. You can have an impact on issues you care about, you can learn a skill, and you can work with just wonderful, wonderful people. So I wish you all well. I hope in a couple months someone says, oh, she gets it. And if you have any questions, please follow up with us at Business Forward. We would love to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chin. I have the pleasure of introducing you to President and CEO of our Hispanic Colleges and Universities, Dr. Antonio Flores.
Good morning. Let's try something else. Buenos dias. This sounds much better. And you just passed Spanish 101 with an A. But I'm delighted to be part of this program for a number of reasons. The main one is that, as the senator shared with us a moment ago, the president and President Biden has expressed that this is a country of possibility. On a personal note, to me, this is a country of probability, not just possibility, because as an immigrant to this country, I came from Mexico when I was 25, no English, and of course, what it really has allowed me to become what I am in helping young people like yourselves to achieve their own dreams is getting a higher education. And of course, we all have different stories personally, but we all share something in common, those who came to speak to you today. And that is that we all have one of the best higher education opportunities in this country and made the best of it. They all have college degrees, graduate degrees. So if you want to be an astronaut, if you want to be a high-level official, you want to be a senator, whatever you decide you want to be in life, you really need to get that credential. And the higher the credential, the better off you'll be. And to me, in this nation, the most important resource is its people. And the most important part of the population here is very promised is young people like yourselves. So you really are coming to replace those of us who are on our way out, and you need to be ready to do the work that this nation requires to make it the best nation in the world. It is the most welcoming one, and I'm proof of that. I really grew up in my childhood in a very tiny farming community in Mexico. The highest level of education back then was 5th grade. In my parents' time, when they were kids, it was 2nd grade. And so here I am, having come to this country with nothing but hope. Higher education made possible for me to achieve my own dream of service to young people across this country. And that's why the association that I'm honored to preside, the Hispanic Association of College Universities, is committed to helping young people like you to get those degrees, those credentials, and to achieve your dreams. We have nearly 600 college universities that collectively educate more than 5 million young people. And of course, we look forward to having you at one of them. And our mantra in Haku is servicing the younger generations, making sure that they achieve their own dreams. And of course, I want to thank those who invited me to be with you today, because this is inspiring for me to see so many of you here who are going to be our future leaders in this nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. And last but not least, I have the pleasure of introducing you to Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, representing our charter schools here in DC.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board, and that is an agency here in the district that supports and empowers our public charter school teachers to do the best job that they can do on behalf of our public charter school students. I'm very pleased to start my morning here with you, celebrating the gifts of this generation. You all are absolutely not just our future, but you are the present that is really giving us the mirror and shining a light on what is possible for all of us. I've watched young people like you seize the opportunities that your schools provide via in-classroom curriculum like experiential learning and leadership development and arts programs and STEM programs and scholarships. But I'm most impressed by the fact that almost all of you here have already had impressive internships and earned scholarships of your own merit and have creative pursuits spanning from theater to debate to team leadership and sports and so on. Young people so often exceed our expectations, showing us the limitless potential that each of you have. As an education leader in my role, along with school administrators and all of the leaders here today, my partner, Dr. Farabee, and all of the other education leaders in the District of Columbia, we have the awesome responsibility for ensuring that there are resources and opportunities for each of you to connect to what's possible. I know that's happening in respective communities across the nation. Our role and our goal is really to continue to encourage and empower you to be brave and bold and to seize the opportunities that you've heard so much about today. So I encourage you, as you're navigating the summit today, to really look and pay attention to all of the agencies and opportunities that are available to you. Maybe something will reignite a passion that you've had. Maybe something will help hone skills that you're already demonstrating, but most of all, really connect to what is possible because, as I've said, you continue daily to exceed all expectations that we have for you. And I really wish you a wonderful summit and great success. And I look forward to retiring with sanity and peace, knowing that our future is in your hands. So have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis. And now we're going to take a quick break to do a transition for our youth panelists. Our youth panelists, can you please come up for a picture with our amazing principals? And at this time, I would like to invite our movers and our interns to help us with the tables and the chairs in the back to move them to the front. We'll come back to you.
Oh, yes, pleasure. No problem, it's fine. That's what we do. We prepare. One thing, I will send you an email about captions on the videos.
Great.
I'll send you.
I'm so excited. I know, me too. I'm really excited. Hello. Thank you.
Do we have a high school? Master Sergeant Foster. All right. If our young panelists can make their way to their respective seats, that would be amazing. Master Sergeant or not, let's make sure that their name tags are on point. Awesome. Please bring your 10 cards in alphabetical order, last name. All right, Jeff, in 5. Welcome back, everybody. So this is one of the most amazing portions of the event. We have the privilege of bringing in our youth-led discussion, and it's going to be moderated by our Director of Office of Public Engagement here at Commerce, Director Laura O'Neill. Laura?
Good morning. I will join the chorus of people saying thank you so much for being here. We've been looking forward to being here this morning for months, and we have a huge program for you here today. What an awesome opportunity to hear from so many great speakers already. We met an astronaut. That is really cool. I have been so looking forward to meeting in real life and introducing you to this fabulous panel of young people. We've met via Zoom and via email, and the talent that's on stage completely blows me away, and I'm so looking forward to all of you getting to know them better. As Andre said, I run the Office of Public Engagement here at the Department of Commerce. We at the department work to ensure that all communities have access to the resources, technical education and expertise and funding to help them start and grow a business, become entrepreneurs, innovate new technologies, and help make sure that their communities can grow and thrive. And I can't think of a better group of young people who also embody that mission and lead with tenacity and brilliance and courage. And we're going to spend a few minutes talking with them, learning from them, and asking a few questions. So to get us started, I'm going to let them introduce themselves one by one. I'll start with you, Asha.
All right, hello everyone again. My name is Asha Bass, and I'm here representing the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, which is an organization that really focuses on advocating the voices of youth. And so I am their 2022 National Military Youth of the Year, which means that I had the honor of uplifting the voices, stories, and struggles of military-connected youth on an international scale. And so my platform is to help tell youth like yourselves that you have purpose and value in your stories. Because for me, I realize that who am I to say whether or not my story can be a blessing to someone else? And so I want you all to think about that too. Your story can be a blessing to someone else, and it's never too early or too late to share that blessing with others. Thank you.
Good morning. What's going on, family? I am Lamar Butler. We're going to bring it down just a little bit. I'm Lamar Butler, graduate of the Alabama State University with a degree in forensic chemistry. I was born to a teenage mother and a father who was enthralled by the streets. I've overcome a lot of obstacles in my life, and the biggest thing about it is that I became a leader through serving. And so if anything today, I want to leave with you that if you want to lead, if you want to make a better life for yourself and those around you, you have to first start by serving those around you. You have to serve. It's not about making yourself better. It's not about doing for you. It's about doing for others, and then everything else takes care of itself. So happy to be here, excited to talk.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kanisha, a high school senior from California, and I hope all of you are doing very well this Thursday morning. I wanted to start off by asking everyone to recall a moment in their lives when they were affected by an environmental issue. It could be anything like fires, floods, or the heat waves that basically struck every part of the US, or any other thing you can think of. And like many of you, my family and I were struck by a devastating environmental issue. We lived next to a landfill for most of my childhood, and I can still vividly picture and remember trucks coming by every single day and dumping mounds of waste into this landfill. And it was an eyesore to look at, but after a point, it left a very indelible mark on my family when my mom was diagnosed with asthma because of the dust and the contaminants that were in that landfill. When my mom was diagnosed, I felt like it was the end of the world. I felt completely powerless, and I felt like there was nothing basically that I could do. But one of the reasons why I'm here today is to tell you guys that in situations like these, it's never the end of the world, and there's always something that you can do, and you always have power. And when I slowly grew up and realized this, I decided to take on this problem and build a completely brand new landfill solution, which basically what I did was I opened my piggy bank, took a couple $100s from there, went to every neighbor's door, knocked on their doors and said, "Hello, can you please separate your food waste for me for the next 2 weeks?" And then I decided to build a small landfill with these little resources and test it out in my backyard. And I was able to come up with some really positive results and a system that I'm hoping can get incorporated in actual landfills. And what I really want to conclude by saying is that you don't need 1,000 resources, you don't need 100 mentors or 100 expensive equipment to get started. Sometimes the best outcomes can come from humble beginnings. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Nakari and I'm a high school senior at Friendship Tech Prep Academy. I'm here representing the labor organization and toxic households and cycles that you can break. I come from a household where it was very toxic and abusive, especially towards another parent. I didn't have any motivation in school. I was losing a lot of people. I was suicidal at certain points, and I went through a lot of things. My GPA when I was in 5th grade, it was a 1.9, so horrible. But now, 11th grade, I'm top 12 in my class, making a 3.4, so I've done a lot of things, and I had to get a lot of my own motivation and self-esteem to grow from that. I've done things like participate in the Manners Club, which is minorities in agricultural and natural resources. I'm a peer leader, which is basically a group of people in your senior class that help your classmates do things more than just walk across the stage. Go to college, go to trade school, vocational school, anything than just walking across the stage. I'm also a student, I'm part of the Student Advisory Committee for the DC State Board of Education as well, and I'm an apprentice at Federal City Council. Thank you.
Hey everybody, my name is Marquise Hill, better known as Real MJ Hill. I'm 18 years old. I'm originally from Illinois, and I now reside in Georgia. And I'm a motivational speaker and author and the founder of my own clothing brand, Love Yourself. And for me, my journey, it started in 8th grade. My biggest dream was to play basketball. Like I wanted to go to the NBA, play at the highest level. And I remember it was in the summer of my 8th grade year where the doctor diagnosed me with a heart murmur. He basically told me I had some small holes in my heart that was allowing blood to go to places it didn't need to go. And if the healing process didn't go right, I may never be able to play at the level of basketball that I wanted to. And for me, I don't know if anybody's ever felt like this, but it felt like my dream was being snatched away from me. But at the same time, it allowed me to dive deeper just into myself and ask myself who else I was outside of just the game. And I feel like it was between those 8 weeks off where I had to take a break from basketball where I really found my voice. I started making these motivational videos on Instagram and on TikTok, and they started to go viral. And I'm honored and blessed now to be able to speak all across the United States to different schools and organizations just sharing my story. And for me, the recognition is cool, but that's not what I do it for. I know sometimes we all need a little bit of motivation to get us over the hump. I know sometimes we all just need that positive voice to keep us going when we feel like giving up. And for me, I want to be the positive voice for the youth, to encourage them to keep going. For me, I want to be the positive voice for the youth to encourage them to love themselves more and believe in themselves more each and every day. Because one thing I believe in is that we all have a genius. We all have a gift within us that has the potential to inspire the world. So I'm blessed to be here, I'm honored to be here, and I'm happy to connect with y'all today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nyla Howe. I'm a senior at the University of Maryland-Baltimore County, where I'm double majoring in geography and sociology. I'm also a Ronald E. McNair Scholar, and so I do a lot of research around disaster preparedness, and specifically within historically marginalized communities. And so I'm here speaking on behalf of FEMA's Youth Preparedness Council. That experience was truly a foundational experience where I was able to learn how to advocate for people and speak on a high level about the issues that I've seen in my own community. And on top of that, just being able to match my words up to my actions. And so what I hope to do is to pursue a PhD in disaster studies and to use research to inform equitable preparedness policy and programs across the nation. And so one of the great ways I've been able to do that is to engage in research at my school. And so I hope to share with you all some ways that you can connect your service to your schoolwork and your education, and find some unique ways to create change in different settings.
Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you guys. My name is Nadia Khalif. I'm 20 years old, I'm a student, and I'm an environmental activist. Today, I'm here to highlight the importance of seeking leadership opportunities and the invaluable role of mentorship. Last year in November, I attended COP27, which is the largest climate change conference hosted by the United Nations. And I attended as a delegate for the Somali government. And I spoke alongside seasoned panels to discuss the importance of youth engagement for climate action. My story of going to COP27 is not just about my personal achievements. It embodies the untapped potential within young individuals who dare to chase after opportunity. And so, also in my journey, an important part has been mentorship. Mentors in my life have inspired me, uplifted me, and guided me, and steered me towards opportunities. And so I'm here today to encourage young individuals to seek a mentor, to seek somebody who uplifts them, guides them, and provides them with opportunities. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elisa Rivera, and I was born and humbly raised in El Paso, Texas. Today, I am here as an aerospace engineering pathways intern for NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. So a little bit about my story. I was 8 years old when I had the dream of working at NASA. Now, at 8 years old, I didn't know if someone like me, coming from where I come from, would ever have the possibility of working at NASA, especially, with the engineers and the scientists that you see on television. But it all changed with one phone call from a lady who worked at NASA who was actually from El Paso, and that completely just changed the perspective of my 12-year-old self. And today, I want to tell you that at NASA, breathtaking dreams come to life. It's also a place where groundbreaking discoveries for the Earth and several galaxies away from it are made. And it is because of the thinkers and the doers that this is a possibility. And I believe, let me be the second person here today to tell you that the people in this room are the people that NASA is looking for. Bright, innovative, creative thinkers like myself. I know that you guys will one day attain greatness.
And just as a reminder that you guys are all capable of doing amazing things. You guys have already done those amazing things. So I would like to invite you all to join our NASA team one day, aspire for greatness, and become adventurers of history for all mankind. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Addison Rose, and I am the former youth mayor of Washington, D.C., something that I served as for 2 terms. I actually see a few students. I heard we have a couple D.C. public high school students in the building. For the month of May, this past May, I had the opportunity to come to a few DC public high schools and speak about the importance of mental health, prioritizing ourselves, understanding it's okay not to be okay. I was able to bring in a past football player, a current boxer, and so it's really cool to see some familiar faces in the building. But just to kind of tell you all a little bit about myself and what my journey and story has looked like, if I was to be talking to my 7th grade self right now, I would be in total awe. I would have no idea what's going on in the world and have no idea that I'd be doing the things that I'm able to do now. When I was in 7th and 8th grade, I struggled a lot with depression, anxiety, and I went through a lot of mental health issues that I thought I would never recover from. And that's when I came to the point where I decided to end my life. Luckily, I was unsuccessful in that attempt, but it allowed me to figure out what I really wanted in this world. What did I want to get out of it? What did I enjoy doing the most? And so going into high school, I realized that I enjoyed being a leader. I enjoyed helping others, and so I started taking on different leadership positions within my schools and organizations that I'm a part of. Which led me to becoming youth mayor of Washington, D.C., where I have had some amazing opportunities. I mean, about a year ago, I was able to speak at the March for Our Lives rally on the National Mall in front of over 40,000 people. Alongside Mayor Bowser, who you all saw. I was able to speak at the 58th anniversary of the March on Washington with the King family, whom I've grown very close with, and wrist to wrist with Yolanda King, the only grandchild of Dr. King, and done a lot of great things, just bridging the gap between youth and lawmakers, not only within Washington, D.C., but within our country. So I really am so excited to be here with you all. I'm so excited to have meaningful conversations about what activism and a career in public service looks like. I'm just a freshman in college, going to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill in the Honors College, but I know a little bit, so I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Kennedy Solaru. I'm a grade 11 IB student at Dwight Global Online School, as well as this year will be my 3rd year of being the founder of Soul Global EDU, an initiative I started back in March of 2020, as well as my 3rd year with the DC Department of Employment Services internship program, where I intern at RSN Sports Network doing community outreach, media, and marketing, as well as my inaugural year at FEMA on the Youth Preparedness Council, representing Region 3, where I will complete a project relating to young disaster survivors, as well as last year's Washington Women's Area Foundation Rockstar Fund awardee. So today, I'm very grateful to be here, and as I reflect on why I chose to pursue the different leadership opportunities I did, as well as found my business, it brings me back to when I was 4 and I first started learning Mandarin Chinese at Washington Yang Public Charter School. Since then, I'm a fluent speaker as well as a speaker of Yoruba, and last year I've learned German. And I thought about global citizenship and global citizenship's principles, understanding how language is a web that connects us all, as well as how the world becomes more interdependent. So I then sought to find different opportunities within my community to pursue my passion of global citizenship, and I didn't find anything. So when schools moved to online learning, I started Soul Global Education as a way to create pathways for students in K through 12 to become global citizens through language acquisition with the peer-to-peer business model. So today, I want you all to understand that it's important to discover your passion and to explore different areas of interest, as well as to understand that setbacks and challenges that you may occur are not there to stay. It's there for you to improve as an individual. Yes, thank you.
Thank you all. As I said, truly an all-star lineup with us here today. We heard from a few of the panelists about entrepreneurship. We here at the Department of Commerce focus a lot on how can we help people start and grow their own businesses. A lot of people don't think about taking a passion of theirs and growing their own business out of it. And it can be a really innovative, exciting, incredibly rewarding experience. And I know we have a few entrepreneurs with us here today. Marquise, I'd love to hand the mic to you. Tell us a little bit about your experience starting your business, and maybe a word of advice to anyone in the audience who might be thinking about how can I take something that I'm really passionate about and start something for myself.
Most definitely. So I started my brand Love Yourself in 2022 at the end of my junior year of high school. And the whole purpose behind it was just really encouraging people to love themselves more and to really prioritize their mental health through fashion. Because for me, in middle school, a lot of time was spent on trying to gain validation from others, right? Trying to please other people, whether it was in friendships or relationships. And it wasn't until I started to really love myself more when I got the courage to no longer care about what other people thought about me, where I was really loving myself. So that's where it starts, right? Understanding your mission behind whatever business that you want to get into. And I would say my best piece of advice would be to literally just start. Like, it may sound like one of the most simple things in the world, but it's one of the hardest things. Like, I know for me, I've had so many ideas, so many visions, right? So many plans that I almost talked myself out of because I was afraid to start. I was afraid to mess up. I was afraid to fail. I had that little voice in the back of my head. I don't know if it's only me, but I had that little voice in the back of my head telling me everything that could go wrong and everything that I couldn't do. But I'm telling you, when you start, right, when you take the first step, that's how you're going to get ahead. When you start and you take that first step, you'll figure things out along the way. But you can't hold back that dream. You can't hold back that vision in fear of failing, right? We talked about that today. Failure is one of the biggest keys to success, because it's going to teach you exactly what you need to keep you going, to move forward, right? That vision, that book, that business, whatever it is that you want to do, my biggest piece of advice will literally be just start. Take the first step, and you'll figure everything else out along the way. But yeah.
Thanks, Marquise.
Most definitely.
Kanisha, speaking of just getting started, I know that you said in your introduction that you started going door to door in your neighborhood. Can you tell us a little bit about the process for you? What surprised you along the way as you built up this incredible, innovative project? And then any advice you have for folks in the room?
Okay, so for a little context before I get into it, I know I mentioned that I basically try to build a small little landfill in my backyard. And when I started doing this, I was 14, I'm almost 18 now, and I was clueless. I was like, what am I doing? This is just an idea, it's a fluke. I had basically no faith in myself. And I worked on the solution for months and months before I got to a place where I was a little happy with it. Even then, I was very skeptical. But then I was like, why not? Just do it. And why are you like, there's no kind of disadvantage to doing this. And so that's why I really started building this building this landfill in my backyard. And what I really want to say is that sometimes I was really worried about my community being really disapproving and giving me some really weird and bewildered looks. But when I explained to them what I was doing, they really encouraged me, and they were like, "Go, Kenisha," and they were like, "Yeah, we'll give you your food waste for the next 2 weeks," things like that. And I'm like, "Oh, thank you." And I just thought it was a really sweet gesture from them, and I really found my community and the support that I really needed to really move on from there. And after I was able to test with this landfill for months and months, and I found positive results that my landfill was a lot more sustainable than what is currently out there, I couldn't stop telling people about it. No matter whoever I found, I was like, "Oh, do you want to hear about this little cool project that I did?" And everyone knew about it. And I think that was really important for me to be able to scale it to where I got it now. And right now I've been working with some leading organizations like Waste Management to try to get this incorporated into actual landfills and getting this tested in a farm. And one of the biggest pieces of advice that I can give to everyone is to share this to as many people as possible. No matter what job they do, no matter where they work, they will have connections, and they will be able to get you to the place where you want to go, because the community around you and the people around you are the best resource you have, echoing what someone said earlier as well. Yeah.
Kenisha, that's excellent, and you didn't know how the community was going to react. Your neighbors were a little confused at first, and now I'm sure they're so grateful for what you are doing and continue to do. You've inspired so many around you. Kennedy, I know that you have started a business of your own, a project of your own. Would love to hear a little bit about your experience and any challenges you experienced, how you overcame them, and any advice for folks here today.
Yeah, so I would definitely start off with challenges. I'm kind of a shy person in terms of sharing my knowledge as well as my accomplishments to my peers. So I would say that was one challenge. First, announcing what I'm doing to my within my community. And I would also say, as advice, to just start, to just really think really hard about what do you like to do. Find out what do you want to do in the world. What do you see outside that you want to change, and truly do things related to this passion or idea that you really want to, that you really enjoy, and find other initiatives to see what they're doing, see how you could change that or add to that, and then from there, start your own initiative or even collaborate with other people.
Great advice. We talked a lot as a group leading up to today about equity and how do we make sure that all of our communities have access to opportunity and the resources to thrive. Lamar, I would love for you to share a little bit about your experience. You started your career in education, and you eventually made a transition. You're now at AmeriCorps, a phenomenal organization. Can you tell us a little bit about your path and what your mission has been at AmeriCorps?
Absolutely. So the AmeriCorps story starts at a very dark time in my life. When I was in college, I was doing my thing, had built a great resume, had joined my fraternity, Alpha Phi Fraternity Incorporated. So I was like on top of the world. I felt like, I'm the man. And God reminded me that I have to remain humble. Because in that same semester that I thought I was the man, he took my mom from me. So that major loss put me in a really dark space. And I had to find out a way, okay, how do I navigate this? Do I choose to continue on? I'm almost at the end. I'm about to graduate. What should I do? So I had connected with a Teach for America recruiter through a career fair earlier on. And so I followed back up with him because I knew Teach for America was in South Carolina. And I was like, well, my mom's not there, so I need to be home. Because if I'm home, I'm able to be a resource to my family. And so we connected, we talked, I did the early admin application, and I got into TFA. So I was a TFA core member from 2018 to 2020, and during that period, I really started to understand leadership, service, and what it means to care about someone else. For anybody in here, I was about to say classroom, but for anybody in the auditorium who's ever stood in front of a group of youth who are hanging on to every word, and you are the person that is educating them and they think you have all the answers, it changes your perspective on what you should be doing and what you should be saying in your life. So for me, I really became all about service and, okay, I know what I had to navigate as a student from this middle school. I was a teacher at the same middle school I was a student. So I knew kind of the environment, I knew everything. So it was about empowering those students to navigate those spaces and also bringing all the experiences I had had in college and around the country back to my students. And then we get a pandemic. So like, whoa, I'm making all these plans to create pipelines and create systems that are sustainable, but then the pandemic changes everything. School goes to online, people are not in the building, and I have a decision to make. What am I going to do for my career? So AmeriCorps offered an opportunity to be a fellow, and that was the best decision I've made. During a time where the country's in uncertainty and I had nowhere else to like turn in terms of a job, AmeriCorps said, we love that you served. We love that you understand the passion about bringing equity and saying, you know, hey, systems have historically ignored people. Systems have historically subordinated people. And so how do we make that better for them? AmeriCorps comes in with service. So we bring not the solutions, but the resources. See, and that's what I loved about AmeriCorps. It wasn't trying to say, hey, we're going to solve the problem for you, but in the communities that we are present, the communities already have the answer. So all we have to do is bring the resources. And growing up in a rural community, growing up flirting with the poverty line, I understand the importance of resource access. So if I could just be a pipeline, if I could be a resource, if I could connect with my community and people who are in suffering in these dark moments, I can connect them to the resources and the opportunities. So from any of our programs to serve in to maybe becoming a grantee where we give you money to solve your community's problems, AmeriCorps became the place, and that's how we fight for equity, by helping communities solve problems by providing resource access.
Thank you, Lamar. Nakari, you're a peer leader, a peer mentor, which is a really awesome opportunity to help your fellow students, your friends, you know, find their passion, find awesome opportunities to live out their dreams and purpose. Curious your take here about how we help lift each other up and help others find opportunity to realize their potential.
I would say you have to be that motivation for other people, because in my story, you know, I didn't have that motivation to keep going, and peer leaders is specifically in high schools and areas where they're low income. Most of the kids don't go to college, don't have the money for it, things like that. They think that they can't do it, but they don't know that they can do it. So it's kind of hard trying to be that motivation for someone, especially when you struggle with that. But it's also great seeing your peers go to college, have a business, go to trade school, things like that. A lot of high schools don't have those type of programs where kids get mentors, so they don't want to do anything. You know, they don't want to try, but at my school, we're encouraged to try, we're encouraged to think, we're encouraged to do. So that's what I really appreciate about my school, and being a peer leader, being a leader for someone else and generations to come, and also picking other kids younger than me to become an upcoming peer leader and mentor them so they know what they do for their senior class coming up next.
Thank you. Speaking of leadership, Elisa, what a fantastic career you're building in STEM. You said that you got a call from someone who was doing what you now do and inspired you down this path. Could you tell us a little bit about how we can encourage more people to aspire to careers in STEM and in innovation, what we say here about building and innovating on new things?
Absolutely. So yes, it was one phone call. I was 12 years old, and she said, love your science class, love your math class. And I absorbed that. I took that for, you know, the rule, and I went with that. And so after that, I focused on my math classes, on my science classes, and I luckily went to a charter school that focused on STEM. I joined my robotics team. I did all of these wonderful and great things. Although I will say I was from a low-income community, so a lot of these resources were not very accessible to me. So when we speak about equity, right, you know, that's justice and fairness for all. And so I would say, if that isn't a situation, or it's a situation that you're in right now, and for the adults in the room, I would say focus on mentorship. If you don't have a mentor, look for one. And if you are able to mentor, mentoring is so powerful. The mentors in my life, Frank, my older sister Bernadette, various other supervisors that I've had, were the reason that I am where I am today.
They kind of, just challenged me continuously. They might have brought, resources, like I said, that I wouldn't have ever been exposed to in El Paso. So a lot of those things are fundamental. And I also want to add, a larger part of this problem is that, a lot of places like the aerospace industry doesn't necessarily look super diverse. I mean, 11.2% are women in the entire industry, and that's a problem. And that's a problem that we should, have our focus on. So my greatest piece of advice is if you're able to mentor, take a step back, look at the people who are looking up to you and give them the strongest word of advice. And if you are here as a mentee, don't be shy. Don't be afraid to take that next step and just tap on someone's shoulder. And it could be mine today if that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. We've talked a lot about public service, volunteerism. I would love to call on Addison and Nadia to tell us a little bit about the importance of service, what your experience has been, and how folks here can get involved and advocate in their communities.
Yes, so I just wanted to start off and mention that it takes confidence to seek a leadership role, and it takes confidence to take risk. To take a risk. And coming from a low-income background as well, I didn't have the funding to attend COP27, a conference in Egypt. I sought the opportunity through organizations who invested in me because of my creativity and because of my passion for environmental justice. I was a part of Earth Uprising, which is a youth-led environmental justice organization, and they funded my trip to go to COP27. And when I was in Egypt, I didn't have a pass to even go to the conference. I forged connections with the people at the hotel, and I told them about my passion about doing agricultural research in Somalia. And so from there, that secured me a pass to attend the conference. And I received one of the best passes. I received a pass to represent Somalia as a country. And so through connections, through seeking these leadership opportunities, I was able to advocate for what I'm passionate about, which is environmental justice. And something else that I wanted to mention is the importance of mentorship and the importance of having somebody who guides you, who uplifts you, somebody who pushes you out of your comfort zone. And I know for sure that one of my mentors, Fazia Dean, who's sitting in the audience, Fazia Dean, one of my mentors, is the one who pushes me towards opportunity, the one who pushes me out of my comfort zone. And without her, I wouldn't have been able to be confident in myself. And that's something that I keep emphasizing. You need to have the confidence to seek these leadership opportunities. You need to believe in yourself, and you need to be yourself, and you need to represent your morals and your values, and you definitely cannot compromise on these things. And I'm proud to be here as a Muslim American, and I'm proud to represent the Muslim Americans in the U.S.
Addison, same question to you.
So for me, I think we can all agree that we're growing up in a generation that is kind of reclaiming our voices and our power within this world. We are, through all of the issues that these panelists have talked about today, that they are advocates for in their own very many amazing ways, we are seeing our world go down very quickly in front of our eyes. And so when we hear these council members and these big guys come in front of us and they're like, the next generation, this is it, like everything's in your hands, it really is in our hands. We're the ones that have to live with the damages that they may be the ones making. And so that's why I really emphasize we cannot wait. There's just no waiting. What are we waiting for? They're not getting it done, so why aren't we? We see a lot of politicians in our council, Senate, and power who are as old as our grandparents. And that's fine, that's cool and all, but we have the knowledge, the power, the strength to be in those exact same positions. And so that's why I'm taking my voice and using it now, and I want to encourage you all to do the same because you have the power to do so. Do not let anyone tell you different. Take a claim of your own power and voice within whatever industry you feel like calls you the most. A lot of us come from communities that don't have a lot. Whether it's your family, whether it's where you've grown up, whether it's you've been a victim of some crazy tragedy within our world, you have seen firsthand how different communities could use different support systems, and you can be the one to implement those. My biggest piece of advice to you all would be just do something, anything, because that something is making us one step closer to a positive, brighter, and amazing future that is in our hands. Thank you.
Thanks, Addison. Nyla, I would love if you could tell us an example of the work that you have done, maybe a short story about the impact of the work you've done around disaster preparedness and your passion there. And then Asha, I would love to close out with you with the same about the advocacy work that you do with military families.
Yeah, so as I said, I've been passionate about disaster preparedness for as long as I can remember. And as I sat on FEMA's National Youth Preparedness Council, it was a great way to get to know people around my community who are actively working in this youth preparedness space. And so one of the most important things that I took from my experience on the council was learning to serve other people, specifically in the space of youth preparedness. There's not a lot of youth who are interested in disaster preparedness, and so an experience that really comes to mind is my first speaking engagement at my community. I think it was a Community Emergency Response Teams conference, and I remember speaking for the first time, talking about youth preparedness, being one of the youngest person there, and being so nervous to advocate for the fact that there's not many people who are interested in preparedness, and we need to work together to bring more youth into the field. And so that was something that was really significant for me and really propelled me into different spaces that I'm in now. For example, a couple months ago, I'm working with the Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated to help with their preparedness work. And this is after, my time at FEMA's Youth Preparedness Council, but it just shows you the importance of serving others and the importance of continuing to maintain those connections within your community. It's been great being able to kind of not only do the research and stuff behind understanding how underserved communities experience disasters, but also being able to create that change and be able to bring equity into different communities. So yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that was really loud, guys. I'm sorry. So if someone had told me 3 years ago that I would have had the opportunity to advocate for other people's voices, I would have told them they were cuckoo, because I was this little shy, insecure girl who struggled with comparing myself to other people. But I also felt like my voice didn't have any power or influence because I felt like I didn't have a story. And so especially being asked to advocate for military-connected youth. My dad is retired Air Force for 25 years. So I was like, okay, but my parents aren't active duty. I didn't move 52 times in 1 year. How am I supposed to relate to these people, to these group of youth? And so one of the things that I realized is a lot of the times, to be able to advocate for other people, we first have to look at ourselves, and we have to look at our stories and our experiences, because a lot of the times what inspires someone to advocate are injustices in their story, injustices that they faced or they've seen other people face. So if you don't know the value in your story, if you don't know the value in your voice, how are you supposed to advocate for other people? So first, I say to take the time to look at yourself, because we have all been given experiences in our lives, and not all these experiences may have been great, and these negative experiences in our lives, I say that these experiences don't define who we are, but become a part of your story. So don't limit yourself because right now you can't see yourself doing something. A lot of the times we have to get out of our own way. I know I was in my own way. I was like, I'm not smart enough. I don't know if I have the right vocabulary for any of this. But I had people knocking on my door saying, Asha, I can see you doing this. Asha, you speak with passion and you're able to touch other people. And so I was able to see that when I had youth come up to me, whether they were military connected or not, and they told me, Asha, your story touched me. I struggle with learning and anxiety and math. I struggle with mental health. I struggle with comparing myself. So the biggest thing that I would tell you is look at your life. Look at your experiences. Don't doubt who you are and the experiences that you've had that have gotten you to where you are right now, because you're here for a purpose and you have value. And when you recognize that, that is how you're able to advocate for those around you.
President Bass, you are the perfect person to lead off our last segment. Everyone gets 10 seconds. If resources, time, nothing were an issue, and you were president for the day, what is the number one thing you would do to advocate for young people? We'll start with you.
Okay, if I was president for a day, first I would try to kind of see if I could like outrun Secret Service, like how if I could really try to get away, like how good are they, with all of that stuff. But for me, I would say one of the issues that I've actually had the opportunity to advocate about to my congressmen is looking at our educational system and our teachers. Because guys, I feel like you've either had two types of influential teachers in your life. The teacher that poured into you and showed you the person that you could be, or the teacher that tore you down and really could give two hoots about what they're doing. But for me, I see that I've had the blessing of having teachers in my life who cared about me. But when I had to hear them tell me that they had to take money out of their own personal check to buy tissue boxes for the class, or to buy hand sanitizer, and then I go in a classroom and I have a teacher who's like, oh yeah, this is just my side job. Like what? I think that what I would do is I would release a grant out to teachers so that they could get the supplies that they needed for the classes, the materials that they needed to really make this a fun learning environment for students, an environment where students can come and feel like they can be themselves and not be judged or condemned or feel like an outcast in the classroom. And the next thing that I would say is really paying more attention to the application and acceptance process of teachers into our school system, because what I realized is when you invest in teachers, you're investing in the future of America, because teachers are the one who are with us, for the majority of our days. So we want to make sure that we have teachers in the classroom, like Lamar, who really care and say, I'm here for you. I'm here to serve you and invest in your future and show you the person that you can be. So.
Thank you, Asha. And I do hear that we have hit the limit on our time, so we'll speak to our future presidents about their ambitions over lunch. Thank you, everyone, for speaking on the panel. Let's give them a round of applause.
Can we just give one more round of applause for Director O'Neill and this amazing panel? So, do not move from your seats. At this time, we're going to have a listening session. We're going to do 10 minutes before we go to lunch with Counselor for Equity, Inez Hernandez. Asha is going to help co-host. And we want to take questions from you guys, from the audience, on everything you've been receiving today, which is pretty amazing. And then at noon, we're going to head over to lunch. Wait for me to call out by groups so that we don't congest the cafeteria area, okay? So at this time, our Counselor for Equity, Ms. Inez Hernandez, please up to the front. And Asha, we're gonna get started with our youth listening session alongside our Chief Data Officer, Mr. Oliver Weiss. Oliver, wave to everyone, and our Chief Evaluation Officer, Mr. Sean Clement. All right? Thank you, guys. Ms. Inez Hernandez, the floor is yours.
Hello. Does this work? Yes, good. Okay. So my name is Inez Hernandez. I am the first counselor for equity at the Department of Commerce. We've been listening a lot about what that means. Part of what that means is also listening. So we've been talking a lot to you. You've heard from our leaders. You've heard from your peers, which were amazing and inspirational, but we're turning the tables. Because we can guess about what you need, but it's much better if you tell us. I'll be co-hosting with, you already met wonderful Asha. And here is also Oliver, our data officer, our chief data officer. What is it that you do here anyway? Can you tell me first so that they know who's in the room?
Hi, everyone. I'm Oliver Wise. Really excited to be here. And man, that was such an impressive panel we just heard. Can we give them another round of applause? So what I do, I'm the chief data officer here at the Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce is actually the world's largest collector and publisher of public data. And my job is to help ensure that that data, which is a raw resource, that we can convert that data to insights so that you all can use that data to empower your communities, to understand the world in which we live in, and ultimately put it into action in your life and whatever organizations you work in. So that's my job.
Thank you. So we use data, but we also use voices. That's what informs what we do every day. What do we call, by the way, a person who works for government? You've heard it said today. What's the word? Another word. Come on. Public servant. Public servant. Not only do I serve you, everybody in this building serves you, everybody across this government serves you. To serve you means that we didn't know what's on your mind. So, you're going to tell me your name, where you're from, what is the key issue you want us to hear, and if you have any thoughts. I already see a hand. I love it. Asha, do you want to run over it? Oh, you know what? We're going to model first with you. Perfect.
Okay, I'm back, guys. Okay, so the way the prompt is gonna work, my name is Asha Bass. I am from Virginia and Georgia. The organization that I'm a part of is the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. The issue that I would like to raise attention to is helping elevate the voices and stories of America's youth. And how I feel we can do that is getting government elected officials to go into the educational system and really opening the door for youth to be able to tell their stories to the public. Like that.
I like that. Thank you. I saw a hand up here. Was that you? Okay.
You want me to stand up?
Yes, stand up.
Okay. My name is Jeremiah Bay. I'm from Washington, D.C. I'm a senior at Columbia Heights Education Campus. And one issue I would like to raise attention to is providing better lunches for our school systems. Mm-hmm. And my suggested approach would be to find a way how we can create a bigger budget and, provide better lunches, because I know a lot of students want better food.
It's hard to learn when you're hungry, right? Yeah. Pleasure meeting you. All right, Asha, did you find somebody down there?
I got you. I'm coming. I want to run. That's why I wore flats today, guys.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Diana Joaquin. I'm from Dominican Republic, but I live in Orlando, Florida. Jay, I just come here just for this amazing event. Where is the question? Okay, let me see if I remember. One of the main issues that we had is that we need more resources, especially in education for our low-income immigrant communities. I used to do my degree in education, but as you said, we didn't have enough funding. We're not having a good salary, and that returns my career to end there on doing human communications. But this is happening now. We're seeing a student that is taking the step back to not be a teacher, because we understand that economy is very hard on those days, so we need a good salary, and we like to have more information and also more resources and how we can help, especially our low-income community, because I'm come from there. Like you said, I used to grow up with a lot of insecurities, and I didn't know that my story has power and that my story is part of me. It is part of my voice, and it's going to help other students too. So thank you.
Yeah, round of applause for that. That was great.
We
Very
have one
powerful.
over here on this side waiting. I hope I draw your attention. We have, well, now it has some words, a screen. So hopefully by the end of this exercise, we can see all of your ideas in one place, okay? So.
Hello, my name is Jada. I'm from DC. I go to Capital City Public Charter School. And the issue that I kind of want to bring to light is how there should be more inclusion of counselors that for students that want to do something besides college, like they should be into internships, the military, whatever else, because I've noticed that there are a lot of, it's a big push for all students to go to college, but for some people, that's just not what they want to do and it's not what fits them, so yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a couple. Okay, we have one here. Then we'll go here.
Good afternoon, actually, just afternoon now. So, good afternoon. My name is Torian Perkins. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. I'm here to represent the African Methodist Episcopal Church. My biggest thing, she just took exactly what I said, but I want to see somehow we can get more skills introduced, because I'm an education major. I'm actually a school teacher, elementary school teacher. And I want to see more ways we can get as far as not just education, but skills, welding back in school, because I know the older generations prior to our generation had welding, automobile mechanic, and they were able to actually learn trades that could take them outside of just the school and outside of the educational realm. So I would like to see, especially in the South, I would love to see that maybe back reintroduced into the schools, so that the ones who don't want to go to college or who don't see necessarily the educational path, they still have a way to make a living and make a success of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a young woman here that wants to say a comment.
Hi, I'm Miguel. I'm from 7th grade, and I also go to Capital City. I'm from Spain. My dad is from Spain and my mom is from Cuba and the U.S. So I come from a lot of different places. What I would like to do is raise LGBTQIA+ awareness in communities. And I don't really know how to do that, but I'd love for there to be a pride club in like every school. And that's just one of the ideas that's like going through my head right now. Is like, yeah. Okay.
All right, and really quickly, guys, I just wanted to say, I see hands. Do not be scared to raise your hand. This is your time to talk about the struggles in your community in front of government officials. So don't be scared.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jasra. I'm in 9th grade, and I go to Al Huda School. I'm one of the youth presidents of the Ugandan Muslim American Association. And an issue is college loans and how students can pay for them. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. How you guys doing?
Good.
Nice. I like that. My name is Jeffrey Chesari. I'm a 20-year-old creative entrepreneur and business owner. I was recently invited to the White House to speak with Madam Vice President about my 2 businesses, and I was selected with 30 other young black entrepreneurs, and I was able to learn about the importance of not only entrepreneurship, but also having that access to a network of experienced entrepreneurs who can mentor you in what you're doing. So the issue that I'm really passionate about is mentorship and advocating for youth, because a lot of us have different skills and different businesses that we want to build, but we're so young, we might not know exactly the steps that we have to take to get where we want to go. So I've had mentors in my life who've helped me. I've had people who I've mentored and helped build their different businesses. So mentorship is something I'm really passionate about, specifically with entrepreneurship and giving students different ways to express their creativity. So thank you.
My name is Brianna Neal. I attend Cardozo Education Campus, and a common issue that I noticed at my school is the lack of testing resources that we have. I feel like if there is a way that we can provide better resources for our students during testing, like SAT or just AP exams, that we will have better opportunities to go to better colleges and apply for scholarships.
Hi, I'm Madison Javdan. I'm a junior at Holton Arms School up in Bethesda, and something that I want to address is education as a whole. I'm very blessed and grateful to receive an amazing education, but people even just a few miles away from me aren't able to have the access to the same education that I am, which I think is completely unfair because, as I've learned from my family, our core value is education. It's something that can never be taken away from you, no matter what happens. It's not a material item. It's something that you know and you have to yourself. My dad's side of the family here immigrated from Iran, and they lost everything but their education. And they were able to become successful entrepreneurs and grow their business and their lives themselves. And I feel that education is just so important. My grandmother started the Iranian Jewish Women's Federation, and I just think that without that education, she wouldn't have been able to do so. So having that equitable access to education is just so important, and I feel would better the community as a whole.
Hi, buenas tardes. Good afternoon. My name is Ana Villalobos, and I'm from Venezuela. Currently going to Valencia College. I am from Florida, Orlando, Kissimmee, and thank you. Right now, I'm the president of a club. The name is the Mentor Society, where second-year students mentor first-year students. And the purpose of saying this is y'all are very young, and empathy is an issue that is happening not only in Florida, everywhere. And to become a better society, we need to feel empathy for each other. We need to support each other. And it's not only saying, I do support you. No, it's providing the sources that you need to success. And I'm not saying it like I already succeed because I am a student. But if we grow with each other, it's much easier. And I believe we need to help each other to be the best. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hersal Miranda. I'm here with Haku, but I'm also a senior at the University of the District of Columbia here in the city. One of the programs that UDC currently has and that I'm volunteering in is a hydroponics lab that is currently located at Anacostia High School. We also volunteer with the gardening going on at Kramer Middle School. And one of the approaches and one thing that I would like to recommend to all of you is connections between the universities, the colleges, and the middle schools and high schools that are within your cities. Because well, one of the other things that we do with the hydroponics lab is we try to, well, the overall goal of it is to have it be student run and student operated, while also including like talking about like businesses and specifically with urban agriculture, but businesses that the community requires or that the community is looking for. So if we can like specifically like set these up with universities and colleges and other cities that can tackle needs that the community needs, we can do a lot of good work. Thank you.
Greetings all, I am Kyra Harvey, a senior agriculture major with the pre-vet concentration from the illustrious Virginia State University. And my issue would be, I'm from Richmond, Virginia. My issue would be gun violence and poverty. I feel like they go hand in hand. In my community, I've seen a lot of times youth are dying from gun violence, but the youth are also the people who are committing the crimes and being sent to jail for the rest of their life. I think this can be tackled by starting early, by getting resources into these poverty communities. I have family that reside in these communities, and you can see children from the youngest ages of 5 roaming the streets by themselves, outside, alone, without any parent supervision. I think if we had, like people said, mentors in these communities, to see that there is things other than streets that can get you where you want to be in life. I know that some people, they go to my school, a lot of people at my university come from Richmond, and a lot of them have parents who are on drugs, who live in the projects, who aren't telling them every day, you can be something, have you done your homework, motivating them to navigate through their life experiences because they haven't really navigated through them themselves. So I think to get that mentorship and those resources in that community to show kids at an early age that the streets is not all there is, and there's really nothing good that comes from being in the streets. I think that it would save a lot of children not only from death, but from being put in the system with, being in jail and all that other stuff.
Thank you. We have one last comment right here.
Hi, my name is Zariah Jones. I am from Washington, D.C., and I am with the Potomac Job Corps. So my issue is that I feel like Job Corps need more awareness for the amazing opportunities they have for young adults.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Alex Lee. I attend Cardozo High School. Thank you. A problem that I see in not just DC schools and also around the world is that school is very, I would say, not people look forward to it. We want to make sure that school isn't just you have to do this, but you want to make sure that it's all just very appealing. Do things like this. They make it fun, essentially, basically. Yeah.
Thank you. We've run out of time, and I'm standing between lunch. But I just want you to know that you're an inspiration, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I thought I was going to have to call on folks, and there was more people than we had time for, and I think that means something. So we'll find a way to keep listening to the ones that didn't get a chance to speak, maybe through Andres, because we do want to hear every voice of everybody who wanted to participate. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Inez Hernandez. So, a quick points for you guys. This is what's going to happen now, right? And I'm going to first call everyone who told us that has dietary restrictions, right? We're going to have you guys stand up and follow our amazing interns. Can you guys raise your hand, our interns? Yes? Okay. You see our interns over here. So the first group is going to go with the first hand being raised over there. Yep, right there. You guys with dietary restrictions, okay? We're gonna do this in order. There are names to each one of your tables, so sit where your school is, where your cohort is. We're gonna continue the conversation. There are 10 cards at the center of the table with these themes that you so deeply care about, that you have raised right now, and we're gonna continue talking about it. Our staff is gonna be sitting with you, helping, right, and listening to you. So at this time, everybody with dietary restrictions, please stand up and follow our first intern. Amazing. Next, we're going to have all of our folks from Cardozo High School stand up and follow our second intern. Raise your hand. She's your guide, okay? And when you guys are done eating at 1:10 p.m., everyone who is 12 to 17 years old, you're going to follow that same tour, that same guide, that same intern to the main lobby to begin the mini fair, okay? 5 minutes per booth. Divide yourselves in groups of 5 to 10 people and enjoy. For the folks who are 18 to 30 years old, everyone 18 to 30, you're going to come back to the auditorium at 1:15, and you're going to get to hear from all of our bureau leaders. Sounds good? All right, at this time, I want all the folks from all the folks from our charter schools, please stand up at this time and follow. Are you guys seeing our amazing intern raising her hand? You're gonna follow her. Yes? Amazing. So remember, if you're 12 to 17 years old, you're in high school and middle school, you're going to follow your tour leader, your intern leader. At 1:15, you're gonna start the mini fair in the main lobby, okay? And if you're 18 to 30 years old, you're gonna come back to the auditorium at 1:15 to hear from all of our bureau leaders in an intimate, serious conversation about all the things you've raised. Great. At this time, all of our friends from Virginia State University, please stand up and raise your hand. Amazing intern. You see him? Let's follow him. Okay. Our friends from Czech, raise your hands. Woo! All right, our friends from Czech, at this time, you're gonna follow this amazing intern waving his hand. Do you see him? Yep. Keep your hand raised. Keep your hand raised. Everybody from Czech to the cafeteria with your amazing host guide. Super awesome. Thank you so much, guys. You must be really hungry. I know I am. My tummy's like, brrr. Save me some food. Un placer, hermano. Gracias. Okay. All right. Well, at this time, we're going to head back to the live stream in around 10 seconds. And we're going to address everyone following us online. A lot of our teams and a lot of our schools had to head out because of the buses and those contracts. So I'm just going to address everyone in a very succinct manner. You are America's future. It's been the honor of a lifetime to work with such incredible people like Lieutenant Commander Ling, Master Sergeant Ornat, the entire OPE team here at Commerce, all of our bureau leaders, all of our interagency partners and national partners that helped with food, logistics, and so many other incredible things. I want to thank my friend Jeff from Blue House Productions for putting together this AV system, part of the production. I want to thank everyone who leaned in with the youth in mind. I don't know you, but I am so impressed and so hopeful by the brilliance, the positivity, and that sense of possibility that our youth bring to the conversation. Today we address issues on entrepreneurship, on access to data and innovation, on so many opportunities, apprenticeships, internships, and I know in my heart that the youth are going to walk out of here with lots of tools, lots of equipment to be able to face today's challenges. From astronauts in uniform to small business owners and entrepreneurs to scientists, we were able to see ourselves in this crowd, see ourselves in these panels. And my hope is that you guys can continue these partnerships to uplift America's youth. My hope is that you can help us activate and amplify these important resources so that they can live to their God-given potential. My story itself, I tear up when I say it and I think about it. I was 14 years old, a close-up foundation trip to Washington, D.C. when I did not speak English changed my life to understand and fall in love with America's democracy. And here I am some 20-something years later at the Department of Commerce, uplifting people from my communities that look like me, that talk like me, people across minority communities that deserve a shot, right? And so it is very powerful. I hope that you guys can tune in at our website. The Youth Summit website will be live, and commerce.gov/live will have this recorded so you can amplify it with all your networks. And we can continue to do the good work in this sense. You can reach out to us at commercefbmp@doc.gov and tell us your stories. We want to hear from you. If you found today helpful to you and your communities, I want to be able to start honing down and scaffolding every single policy point, every single issue that you raised, and bringing it up to the Secretary's attention and the Deputy Secretary's attention, who so deeply care about each one of the things that you have mentioned today. So from across the country, you guys came in and showed in full force. It's been an honor again on behalf of the Secretary of Commerce, on behalf of our team and the entire interagency team. Thank you. Thank you for serving the way that you did today. Thank you for pouring your hearts out for America's youth. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.